gets 7 points, the second 5 points, the third 4 points, and then 3, 2, 1. When we have only 5 crews, the first one gets 6 points, the silver one 4 points, then the third one 3 points, the fourth 2 points, the fifth crew 1 point. 4 entries, we have 5, 3, 2, 1 system of points. 3 crews, we have 4, 2, 1 system, and then if there are only 2 crews in the race, the first one gets 3 points and the second one 1 point. Then we count all the points, and the federation scoring the most points in men's events will receive the Men's Cup for 2025, and the federation scoring the most points in women's events will receive Women's Cup for 2025. So it'll be certainly interesting. We have quite many crews, about nearly 200 rowers here from Hungary, Austria, Czechia, Slovakia and Poland. So it'll be very interesting to watch what federation will be the winner of this beautiful Olympic Hopes Cup for 2025. From the tower we have the information that everything is ready, judges, also the people, workers and volunteers around the course. So we are really looking forward to the first race of quadruple sculls. We will have 5 crews. In lane number 1, the crew from Hungary. Lane number 2, Austria. Lane number 3, Czechia. Lane number 4 will be the domestic crew from Slovakia, and lane number 5, a Polish sub-Polish crew. Altogether 5 crews in the first race. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we are about to begin the race. Let's take a look at the first race, which will be quadruple sculls. For women, we have 5 crews. In number 1 line, crew represented by Hungary, Lilinora Keri, Anna Barabas, Dalma Huria, and Miriam Moses. In lane number 2, Austrians, Darina Kishkia, Luisa Ümer, Mia Profos, and Caroline Kraus. In number 3, which is the lane in the middle, represented by Czech crew, Ingrid Bauer, Thea Vetešníková, Emma Lepierova, Magdalena Vlastníková. Number 4, or lane 4, it's a domestic crew from Slovakia, Katarína Valková, Zuzana Sivošová, Lea Summerlingová, and Maruška Herhoneková. So they will be almost right in the middle. And then lane number 5, represented by Poland, Natalia Vedzicha, Olivia Bartozinska, Barbara Kaspierkiewicz, and Sabina Koziol. So we are really literally seconds before the official first race of Olympic Hopes Regatta 2025. Fingers crossed for all crews. Yes, it has just begun, so we can see that right from the start there is the crew in lane 3 from the Czech Republic that is slightly in front of the other crews, but we will see how it goes during the race because the distance is 2,000 meters, so a way to go to the finish. Many things can change during the course, but it looks quite interesting right from the beginning. Like the crew from the Czech Republic is obviously in the lead on the first place, and then on the second place there is a fight between Austrian line and the girls from Poland in lane number 5. Slovakia, the domestic crew, is fighting for the 4th place against the crew from Hungary in lane number 1. We can see that the girls, they are approaching the bridge. The bridge is like approximately in the middle of 2,000 meter course. They are rowing against the wind slightly, but the wind is not like really strong. The temperature is ideal for the competition, like 22, 23 degrees at this time of the day. The first leading crew is in the lane number 3. The Czech girls, you can see that the stroke rate is not like particularly high, but they focus really on the technique, on the leg drive, they push hard, and they are still in the lead, followed by 2 crews, Austrians and the crew from Poland. The domestic crew is right now at the 4th place, but they are fighting. Fingers crossed for the Slovak girls.
As we come up to the bridge, that's the first big mark at 1,000 meters. Great drone shots we have here, so you can really get close to the detail. And we've got Slovakia just passing Slovakia there. And right in the middle, lane 3, Poland looking pretty comfortable. Czech pretty comfortable, and pretty close behind, I'd say, is Poland. And then fighting hard to hold in with those. And in 3rd place is Austria. All the crews, certainly these 3, stroking nice and comfortably. now entering into the last 1,000 meters. You can see the blade work and the Polish on the, as it were, in lane 5 with their white and red oars. We can't see the colours of the Czechs or the Austrians. No, we can. You can see the Austrians have got blue blades, and it looks like the Czechs have white blades. Lovely shots, looking towards the end of the course, and you can see the hills of Kamzik in the foreground. So the course here is just outside Bratislava. It's about barely 10 kilometers from the center of Bratislava, with the Danube itself at running to the very close to this lake.
Yes, and we can see we are approaching the finish very soon. It seems from the position from the tower that the leader is safe. It's followed by the Polish crew on the second place, an Austrian crew with blue blades in lane number 2 on the third place. These Austrians, they have really nice technique, like feathering and everything. You can see that the strokes are really clean. But when we talk about techniques, I think that, in my opinion, all 3 crews are rowing in a beautiful style. We can see that the strokes are still quite powerful, but the margin, the first crew of the Czech girls is in the lead by maybe 2.5 boats.
And the question is there going to be a sprint in the last, coming up to 300 meters? So is Poland going to lay down the hammer, or is the Czech crew comfortable in its position? I don't think Austria is going. Yeah, it looks to me that either Austria is dropping behind, or maybe Poland is attacking. But I'd say it's looking pretty comfortable for the Czechs.
Yes, you are absolutely right, Hugo. I think that the Czech girls, they have it safe. They are pretty aware of the situation. They can control it. The same position on the second place. Talking about Polish girls, they are aware that maybe the girls from Austria, they will certainly try to attack them. But this is the crew from the Slovak Republic. So it seems they are on the 5th place. As it is, there is the motorboat, in front of the boat. So we'll see exactly once they finish the race. Okay, so we can see that they have like 150 meters until the finish.
Yeah, so I don't think we're seeing any big surprises here in the last few seconds of this particular race. So it's going to be comfortably in the Czechs, and Poland then coming in, and it looks as though the Austrians have wilted slightly in the last few meters, and it's like 2 races, basically, the top 3 and then the next 2. So there we have it. Czech comfortably across the line, and a few seconds down, Poland cruising through, followed by the Austrian boat.
The question is, who is going to be the 4th and the 5th? We have still Hungarian crew and Slovak crew on the course. So we have to wait a bit until they cross the finish line. Oh yeah, so the 4th place is Hungary, and our girls are on the 5th place, just finishing the course. Congratulations to all crews. I think that they did their best. perfect efforts. We've seen some beautiful rowing in quadruple sculls for women. So the victory, the gold medal, will go to the Czech crew. Ingrid Bauer, Thea Vetešníková, Emma Lepierová, and Magdalena Vlastníková.
So we will wait now for the second race. In the meantime, the way the event has been structured is we have about 15 minutes between each race because we're going to have 14 races in total. So after each race, because there is no heat, so essentially this is each race is a final. So basically the three medal winners will come ashore, and then we will award the prizes on a race-by-race basis. So now what you can see is you're looking down the course, and you can see the tribune with a few spectators. It's a very, very nice arena we have here in Bratislava, well worth coming again. And immediately in front of us you can see the medal podium.
Okay, and race number 2 is quadruple sculls. For men, we have 6 crews. So the full field, lane number 1, Austria, lane number 2, Czech Republic, lane number 3, the second crew from Hungary, number 4, domestic crew from Slovakia, lane number 4, Polish quadruple scull, and lane number 6, the crew number 1 from Hungary. They should start the race like in about 2.5–3 minutes. The crew from the Slovak Republic is represented by Martin Miklošík, Marek Jankuj, Martin Sudora, and Jergoš Brickman. So we'll see how they cope and deal with this 2,000-meter distance today. Meanwhile, we will also watch the medal ceremony for the race number 1 that just finished a couple of minutes ago, winning Czeching crew, then silver medals for Poland and bronze medals from Hungary. But these are actually the view. This is actually the view of the second race, quadruple sculls men. As you can see, we have like full field. That means 6 crews, 2 crews from Hungary, and 1 crew from Austria, from Czechia, from Poland, and from Slovakia. Our Slovak boys, they have the yellow boat, so you can see it clearly among the others. They are getting ready for the start. That is scheduled for 11:15.
This is as has been said before, this is the first international regatta we're having at Zemník. The course has been open for about 15 years now, and this is also the first time that we're seeing boats being actually held by stewards who are all young members of the club. So we have the race laid out as it would be anywhere else.
Okay, and as you can see, the second race has just begun. Quadruple sculls, men for 2,000 meters. Fingers crossed for all crews, but we fancy, of course, the domestic crew in the yellow boat right in the middle of the field. But it seems, though, that on the first place there is a Polish crew, I think, followed by Hungary crew number 1.
Yeah,
but also Austrians are doing pretty well in lane number 1, so it's going to be an interesting race. Usually it is when we talk about men because they are quite equal also at this category. So we will see who's going to win.
It looks as though the Polish have a much slightly higher stroke rate, but Poland and Hungary have got a pretty good stroke rate. Although I must say, looking across on lane 1, the Austrians also seem to be pretty comfortable. I mean, it's hard to say, possibly even Austria is in lead at the moment. And then it's a real fight out between Austria, Czech, Hungary, and Poland.
I fully agree with you, Hugo. I think that when you take a look at the Hungarian crew number 1 in lane 6, you can see like a lot of water bubbles after the stroke, meaning that they are really powerful strokes, and also the leg ride is really solid, while the Austrian crew in lane number 1, they are like more technique involved in the strokes, and that's why also the rate is a bit lower, but not necessarily meaning decrease in the speed, as you can see. So it will be very interesting because also the Czech crew in number 2 is like rowing very, very nicely, and they are step by step further and further away in the front.
And I must say, these are really great shots. You can really feel with the drone. I mean, we're really close to the action. I mean, you can really see what's going on in each of the boats, particularly obviously near to the screen. The Hungarians, I mean, you're just not going to get better shots than that. And you can see now we're coming up to the bridge that crosses this lake, which was built relatively recently. So we're coming up to the first 1,000 meters. Looks to me that Austria in lane 1, that's furthest away, is in first position. And then I'd say the Czechs and the Polish are fighting it out for second and third place, with Hungary 1 slightly dropping away, which I suppose is a function of technique.
Yes, I fully agree. It's going to be a really tight race, and now, as we are in the middle of the course, they should take it even more, let's say, seriously, more powerfully. So we will see what happens after maybe the next 10-20 strokes. Yep, and exactly as we proposed, and right before lane number 1 and line number 2, so that is Austrian and Czech crew, they are slightly getting into the lead, followed by Hungarian crew number 2. Nevertheless, it's really beautiful race. We're all curious how it is going to end up, who is going to be the winner and have like the most power in the legs, arms and back. We are also seeing our local boat now in lane number 2, rowing in the yellow boat. They are on the 5th place now, and the field is closed by the Hungarian crew number 2 in lane number 3. So There is like approximately 250 meters ahead of us. It's more or less the finish area, and you can see the tower and the infrastructure of the course at the back. From this perspective, from this angle, we can see that Austrians are in the lead, followed by the Czech crew in lane number 2 and Polish crew in lane number 5. Yes, these are Hungarian guys. In yellow Bodo, Slovak guys. Beautiful pictures from the motorboat. And again, the drone view. It'll be a really tight finish as they are approaching the finish line. Currently Austrians in the lead, followed by the Czech guys, but it'll be a really tight finish between the second and the third place.
Yeah, it looks like the Poles are trying to put a sprint in. That's last couple of 100 meters. It's amazing how sometimes in these last couple of 100 meters, if they really get the rhythm together, heart's pumping like crazy. At this angle, it's hard to know. I mean, you've got lane 1, which is nearest us. Austria looking pretty tight, but parallax is difficult. But I'm going to say that Poland on the far side is coming through. We'll see.
Maybe it's going to be photo finish, who knows? But no, it's always the angle, but now we can see it clearly. Austrians, they get golds, the second place Czech Republic, and then we have the Polish crew.
Good efforts by those 3 boats. That was pretty tight.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful, beautiful race. But we can't forget also the other crews. Then we have Hungarian quadruple scull. And these are the Slovak guys crossing the line now. And Hungarian crew number 2. So we've got all crews, let's say, at home. Congratulations, boys. Very nice race, good effort.
Okay, so what we see on the screens is the unofficial results, but I'd say those are likely to be confirmed. So we've got Austria first, a couple of seconds behind, that was Czech Republic, so pretty close. And a couple of seconds behind them was Poland. Then dropping back at about 15 seconds from Poland was Hungary 1, and followed by Slovakia, and then Hungary 2.
Okay, now we are going to start the victory ceremony for the first race, which was quadruple scull women. We have 3 crews from the Czech Republic, Poland and Hungary. So we're going to announce the crew that gained the bronze medals as the first one during the ceremony, right? Okay, so we've got all ladies at the same time on the podium. The bronze medals, they go to Hungary, Lilinora Kerry, Anna Barabash, Dalma Hurria, and Mira Moses. Congratulations, ladies. Great job. Bronze medals for Hungary. Then we have silver medals for Poland, represented by Natalia Wedzicha, Olivia Bartoszyńska, Barbara Kaspierkiewicz, and Sabina Koziol. Congratulations. Great job. Crew from Poland. And we have the winners here from Czechia. Ingrid Bauer, Thea Vetešníková, Emma Lepierová, and Magdalena Vlastníková. Again, we apologize for the bronze medals, of course, they go to Austria. Darina Kiškina, Luisa Umer, Mia Profos, and Karolina Krause. And now the national anthem for the Czech Republic. Congratulations to all three crews.
They must be very proud, probably for the first time, hearing their national anthems and representing their countries. Well done to all three. We missed the starting, but now we have the women's sculls, and on lane 1 we have Hungary, Dogi Kata, lane 2, Slovakia, that's Grosova Teresia, lane 3, Austria, Nada Ella, lane 4, Poland, Jurdziak Jagna, and lane 5, from Czech Republic, Hasek Laura. And apologies for those who had their names mispronounced.
So we have 4 single scullers on this race. I would like to stress the fact that the Slovak sculler Terezia Grosova, she's having really a great season. She has won a couple of medals on the international level, and she seems to be quite in shape. nowadays, so we will see how she copes with 2,000-meter single scull course today. And also, we cross our fingers for all other ladies in the crew. Okay, we have just started. You can see different single sculler styles. Some prefer really quick start. Some may prefer long strokes over intensity. So I'm just curious what style is going to win today.
Straight out from the gate, it looks like Hungary and Slovakia and Austria are really going for it, at the start at least. It'd be interesting to see whether Poland in lane 4, as the yellow Empaka, will come through. And at the moment, Czech Republic is lying in 5th, but this is 2,000 meters, so you can see there's at least another 700 meters before the bridge, which marks the 1,000 meters. So plenty of time for the rowers to get into their rhythm and make up ground. But at the moment, I'd say, it's Hungary, followed by Slovakia, and very, very close between Slovakia and Austria in 3rd place. So come on, Slovakia, see if you can hold in.
Exactly, but now we can see that Austrian sculler, she has to steer a bit to be right in the middle between the boys. Yeah, she's slightly hitting the right boys. So that will definitely slow her down a bit, but she's still fighting for the first place.
Yeah, it's looking very tight there. I'd still say Hungary on the bank in lane 1, just a tad ahead, maybe half a boat ahead. That must make her feel more comfortable, but also stressed. The other two are literally neck and neck. It's too difficult to say. Maybe if the drone was to move a little bit further forward, we could see. I'm beginning to feel that Austria, no, it's too hard to say. But not forgetting Poland in 4 and in lane 5 the Czech boat as well. They're all quite close together and certainly no break in space. But far side, Hungary comfortable, I'd say. Slovakia now more comfortable as well. So it looks like it's establishing itself. And in fact there we have rather nice view, almost as a diagonal. Hungary at number 1, Slovakia ahead, and then Austria followed by Poland, and at the bottom of the screen, Czech Republic.
Oh yeah, and as you can see, we have some steering problems in the Czech Republic. But there is, the wind that is increasing the strength, so they have to also fight really, really hard against the wind. It's, it takes a lot of power away from you. You have to push hard. The leg drive must be really solid to overcome the wind that is blowing and is increasing. And we can see the bridge. Bridge means the middle of the course, more or less. So, but this race is really close. The first 3 boats are really tight. But I like, the Czech sculler. The way she pushes hard and the leg drive, and her stroke is beautiful, like from the technical point of view, I like it a lot. But she's fighting, and you can see that the boat is always like getting closer and closer to the right boys. Oh, now she hits it. Yep, and definitely that will slow her down.
It's amazing when you hit the buoy, you really stun it again. That really must be depressing because it totally knocks the boat off stride. And now she's it would seem, veering back to correct herself. So that must be quite dispiriting for her, but now returning. So Hungary is still ahead, but I'd say Slovakia is possibly easing up a little bit. So I think it's going to be quite tight between those two in the last. So we're now probably at about 750 meters to go. And it's Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a tight fight between Hungary and Slovakia, with Austria comfortably in third. So, come on.
Yes, come on Slovakia. Terezia Grosova in lane number 2. And they are really shoulder to shoulder, neck to each other with Hungarian Kata Sugi. It must be nerve-wracking. What do you think, Olga, when you row almost 1,600 meters, you know, shoulder to shoulder with some other sculler?
Oh, absolutely. And I would imagine that Terezia is from Piešťany, so this is not her home course, but she's rowed on this course many, many times. So she'll know the landmarks. She'll know how much effort to put in, and then I'd say she's pulling ahead. She's in my view, it's always difficult, but yep, I think she's pulling it out. So we'll see better with the drone shot, but I'd say Slovakia is ahead, and that means Hungary is running out of steam. Now the question therefore is, will Austria be able to come back? But it's looking quite tight between Austria in the third place and Poland in lane 4. Oh, this is going to be quite tight towards the end, and of course Czech Republic now seems to have overcome her steering problems. So let's go right up to that winning or front position. Yep, I'd say Slovakia, Terezia Grosova in first place. So she's pulled it out in the last 1,000 meters. Now we've got about 200 meters, 250 meters to go.
Yes, and you can see that Terezia, she's got that experience from this year and the previous year from international races, and she's getting into the lead. You can see from her face that she's suffering a lot, but she will never give up, I guarantee you. She's slightly ahead of the second sculler from Hungary in lane number 1. Yeah, but the margin is like growing and growing, so that's very good news for the Slovak Republic, meaning we are getting some points from this race that count to the overall Olympic Hopes Regatta Cup.
Yet, number 2, Slovakia definitely pulling ahead. But all three of them they're rowing comfortably, but it's just, this is the challenge with rowing. It's so much a fight to the finish, fight with oneself. But Slovakia, lane 2, doing very nicely. Now about 2 boat lengths ahead. And if you consider at the beginning, it was the other way. Well, Hungary was comfortably ahead. A great race by lane number 2, Slovakia.
Oh yes, Terezia Grosova, she's coming into the finish area. I bet that she's suffering a lot. There is a lot of pain due to the lack of oxygen and a great amount of muscle work. You know, rowing is a sport where more than 90% of the muscles are engaged at the same time, and imagine doing this for 7 and more minutes. So it is really demanding. She's super fit, and she proves it in the finish as she's coming on the first place, but we have to wait until she crosses the finish line. But she's 2 boats ahead of the second and the third single scullers.
But look at what's going on in the battle for third place. You've got the Empaka, yellow Empaka at Poland trying to fight through. It's very, very tight. All of the real fight for the second place. Who is it going to be? So comfortably Slovakia. Looks like Poland is just ahead of Hungary. That's amazing. So Hungary, the boat that was comfortably ahead at the very beginning for the first 1,000 meters, just tailed away in the last 500 meters or so. And we've now got the Czech Republic coming through. What's happened with Austria?
Yes, you're right. It was amazing finish performed by Jagna Jurdziak from Poland. It was amazing. She finally got to the silver medal, second place. Amazing, but congratulations to the winner, Terezia Grosova from Slovakia, and first points in Regatta Cup for Slovak Republic. Also big congratulations for the bronze medal won by Kata Sugi from Hungary. And then let's wrap it up. The fourth place represented by Austria, Ella Nader. And then we have Laura Hasek on the fifth place from Czechia. Congratulations to all girls. And as you can see from the times, more than 9 minutes. So the wind is really getting stronger, especially in the middle of the course.
Yes, I mean, this particular course, when there is a wind and the wind is blowing from the north, this course is directly facing north-south. It runs parallel to the Danube. In fact, as you look at the screen, the left-hand side, you've got the trees, and pretty much on the other side of that is the main river itself. So this course, when there is a breeze, it does tend to pick up at the bridge end in particular. And this really takes it out of the competitors as they come down this particular course.
Yes, and I think that we are getting ready for the medal ceremony, maybe for quadruple sculls men, but we will see what happens.
Sie war immer eher Dritter, aber die daneben ist halt dann, die ist ja dann davon. Ja, beide. Also es war, glaube ich, ein hartes Rennen. Das waren, ja gut, 2000 Meter für UNB. Ich habe da mein Englisch ausgemacht, die Kontakt herzustellen.
Okay, so let's begin the ceremony for quadruple sculls men.
Ja, das ist immer schwierig, weil wir sind halt die Mädeltruppe. Wir sind die Buben. Ja. Ja, super. Nein, das ist super gefahren, gell? Ja, sehr super. Kommen als Dritte, aber die sind immer am
Okay, so the three teams are lining up. On the right-hand side, we should have Poland. And on the left-hand side, looking very smart, is the Czech Republic with the Czech lion. And in the middle is Austria, waving the Austrian flag.
Exactly, so the bronze medals, they go to Poland. We have Komel. Sorry, I have to put glasses on. Okay, we have Komel Podswiadowski, Simon Smolarek,
Timon, I need my glasses as well. Timon Zurek, Stanislav Kopec, and that's all. Now we're giving the medals to the silver medalists, so it's the Czechs, which is Adam Sharet, Maciej, Rastek, Tomasz Kowalczyk, and Filip Babowski. That's the Czechs. Now the Austrians are going to get the medals. Hopefully theirs are easier to pronounce. I think so. So waiting for people to hand over the medals to the Austrians. Okay, to hand over to the Austrians. So the Austrian teams is Vincent Haag, Elias Erkmeier, Paul Woodsjaar, and Florian Hafergut.
Congratulations to all the crews, and now the national anthem of Austria. Okay, big clap your hands for the winners and all the rowers on the podium. Great job, guys. Thank you very much for your performances. And now we are watching single sculls men.
Yes, so single sculls men. So we've got in lane one, which lane one looks like it's ahead at the moment. That's the Czech Republic, Maciej Wawrik. Lane two, Poland, I'd say second position at the moment as well. That's Tomasz Kroll. Lane three, this makes it easy for us. In the red boat, that's Benedikt Munch. Lane four, Slovakia. That's Teo Zaboy. And running in lane five, fourth at the moment on the water, that's Jeremiah Kis from Hungary. So at this juncture, with what about the first 500 to just gone, it's clear that the Czech Republic is in first, running first, and Poland holding in there just about a boat length, not even that, behind, and Austria in third. Now the question is, looking at this, will Hungary in lane five be able to make an impression on the other three? This juncture, I'm not going to write Slovakia off, but Slovakia in lane four does seem to be not quite in this race. Yep, so I'd say Hungary is looking positive, settling into the race. I'm not going to pass technical judgment on it, but it's certainly lovely blades of the Hungarian boat, as we see so close there. These drone shots really do enable you to see the effort that is going on. And yeah, I'd say Hungary, he's doing well. He's certainly beginning to approach Austria in lane three, but Czech Republic, that's Maciej Wawrik, comfortably ahead at the moment, followed in second place by Poland, and that's Tomasz Kroll. So coming up now to the bridge. This is the motorway bridge. This is the 1,000-meter mark. You can see there's a little bit of chop on the water. That means the wind is picking up. So they've been suffering this first 100 meters, yeah, and 1,000 meters, I beg your pardon. So Hungary in lane five, not giving up and certainly doing its best to claw some ground on lane three. So it's going to be very interesting the last 1,000 meters. As we've already seen, so much can change in these last 1,000 meters, last 500 meters. But I'd say at this moment, Czech Republic comfortably in first place, Poland second, and Austria in the nice red boat, matching with its red and white blades, running third.
That's right, and you can see, the water is choppy, very choppy now after the bridge, so they must struggle with the wind a lot. but they are doing well. I'm just curious about the time. You know, at the finish, the girls, as I remember, they had a couple of seconds more than 9 minutes, so we can compare the times against single scullers boys. But I bet that they suffer a lot. The conditions are pretty cruel after 1,000 meters. And there is a slight advantage of lane number 1 because, you know, it's a slight crosswind, so you cannot feel it that much as you feel it in the middle. But these shots now are beautiful. Like we can see the single sculler from Hungary, lane number 5, who is Jeremias Kish. He's 16-year-old. I would also like to stress the fact that you know the standard distance is 1,500 meters, but today they compete on 2,000 meters, which is 500 meters more than usual, and I bet you can feel it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. The transition from 1,500 meters to 2,000 meters is quite a shock to many of the rowers. I mean, for those who train on a 2,000 meter course, less so, but yes. So here we are, we're coming into the last 500 meters, and Czech Republic still ahead, but I'd say Poland seems to be surging. So the question is, can he pull it off in the last 250 meters? And this can be a function of training. If you've been training for 1,500 meters and the other one has been training on 2,000, it can make a big difference. Lovely shot there of the Czech Republic. Yes, look, Poland it's going to be a close fight.
That's right, and they are getting closer and closer to the finish line. They have rowed more than 6.5 minutes now, so they must be really, really tired.
Look at that, coming in number 2, lane 2, maybe it's the angle, but it looks like Poland is surging through. So, Tomasz Kroll, is he going to pip Maciej Wawryk? Because those two are really having a fight between each other.
I think you're right, he got into the first place over the last maybe 20 strokes. Now he's in the lead, the Polish sculler Tomasz Kroll in lane number 2, followed by Maciej Wawryk from Czechia, who is not definitely going to give up. So we expect really tight finish, and now you can see that both blokes, they increase the stroke rate for the last 20 so strokes.
And both of these rowers are 16-year-olds. They're ahead of the others who are mostly 15, but oh, it's very tight. It's hard to know. Yeah, am I seeing the Czech Republic fighting back? Gosh, so close. But
it looks like a photo finish.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm going to put money on Poland, but my gosh, it's close. Literally the last. No, Poland looks to me like it's just. This is. Oh, very, very close. Yeah, Poland, followed by Czech Republic. They're going to be... look at that. Absolute exhaustion.
That was marvelous finish by both boys. You could have seen how they tried a lot. You know, the strokes, they push really hard, so they must be completely exhausted. And now we are having the sculler from Austria crossing the finish line on the 3rd place. And that is Benedek Munch, Hungarian sculler, is also home. And now we have on the 5th place, Slovak single sculler Teo Záboj. Congratulations to all of you guys.
Shout out to Teo there. He's 15, so he's giving away a year to the others, so he will be probably doing this regatta next year.
That's right. Now we are having the official medal ceremony for single sculls women. We have the winner from Slovakia, Terezia Grosová. Then the silver medalist from Poland, Jagna Jurdziak, and the bronze medal goes to Hungary, Katja Sugi. The medals will be presented by Big Food representative. Thank you very much for your support. Ladies are getting ready for the medal ceremony, perhaps. Tina Turner singing "You're the Best," and we are waiting for the best. Oh yeah, here they come. Katja Sugi, Jana Jurdziak, and Terezia Grosová.
Interesting observation here. It shows that rowing is not all about size, because clearly the Hungarian rower is quite markedly taller.
Okay, so the bronze medal, it goes to Hungary. Okay, but we have Katja Sugi here, and then Austria, Poland, the silver medals, and Slovakia wins the gold medal, Terezia Grosová. Congratulations. And now let's listen to the national anthem. Congratulations. And now we have 4 final A non-cox women. We have finally 5 crews in the field. Lane number 1 Poland, and lane number 2 Czech Republic, lane number 3 Austria, number 4 Hungary, and lane number 6 is Austrian. Crew number 2, lane number 5 is empty, so altogether 5 crews.
And I may be correct in saying that the difference is the Austrian boat in lane 6 is coxed. The other 4 are coxless. And that's why there's a... so it's going to be interesting to see the speed differential. And in fact, as I recall it from the meeting last night, the Austrians coxed pair, the coxed 4, which obviously is carrying extra weight, is going to be given something of a time allowance. Right. So as I was saying, so the coxed 4 is getting I think it's a 15-second start advantage. Now the others, who are all coxless, are taken off, all striking hard. But it looks like Poland is ahead at the moment. Czech running, well, Czech and Hungary are in third, and Austria at this juncture in second. Ooh, looks like Hungary's got some steering problems there. That's Hungary in lane 4. And it's interesting to see yes, Hungary in lane 4 is all over the shop. And obviously steering with these bigger boats and with any form of wind is much more challenging. And what you can see though is the differential carrying the extra weight of the cox. Okay, you can point better and steer better, but you're carrying extra weight. So looking at it now, so it looks like Poland just ahead, followed by, I'd say, Hungary in lane 4, and then a close fight between the Czech Republic in lane 2 and Austria. But it's very close between all of those 4. But they're all, those 4, the coxless boats, rapidly catching up with the coxed Austrian boat. Yeah, now we see, so you can see that the cox, carrying the weight of that cox really does slow one down. You can see the difference. But it looks like at this juncture, Hungary in lane 4 is already about to overtake the cox pair, the cox 4, and is actually now leading by about half a boat length over the others, with on the far side Poland, followed by the Czech Republic. So it looks like it's going to be a tight race between Czech Republic and Poland for the silver medal, but it's still plenty of distance to go. But already you can see, carrying that weight already, there's barely 700-800 meters elapsed, and already they're pulling by.
And as you can see, Hungarian girls, they are in the lead, and their strokes are really powerful now. It's a bit bumpy as they are, rowing into higher waves, but they struggle with it. They fight with the waves, and I think that now, as they approach 1,000 meter mark, they increase the stroke rate, maybe 10, 15, 20 extra pushes will secure the lead until they cross the finish line. We will see, but the fight for the silver medal between lane number 1 Poland and lane number 2 Czechia, that is interesting fight, and we will closely watch it. But it's really like shoulder to shoulder. I'm just curious who's going to have more strength, more power, and prove better skills. Oh yeah, but you can also see the green boat from the Czech Republic that is a bit struggling with steering as they're coming very close to the left buoys. They can hit, as they did now, the buoy with their blades, which will definitely, take a couple of tens of seconds, maybe second 2 from the overall time. Yeah, conditions are getting pretty rough. What do you think, Hugo? Look at the choppy waves in the middle of the course.
No, absolutely. Even although it is a lake course, it's fed from water from the Danube, but it's 2 kilometers, slightly more than 2 kilometers long, and about 300 meters wide. So with this north wind, which funnels through the gap between the Carpathians, which is immediately beyond the screen, and the Alps to the left, so you get a Venturi effect. So Bratislava, when it gets windy, and the wind often comes from the north. So you're really beginning to see the sculls on the lake. You can see the change of the color between the slightly darker color, which shows where the puffs of wind are. But still, nonetheless, you see the blades beginning to bounce against the waves. But looks like Hungary's still comfortable, although I would say the Czechs are pulling through, despite the fact that they seem to be a little bit close to those boys. And Poland's dropping back. Again, the Czechs need to correct their steering, because if they hit those boys, it'll really slow them down.
That's right, and I'm so sorry for all the ladies, all the girls now racing, because, imagine they have 500 meters more than usual, plus, increasing wind. So conditions are really high, and it must be super tiring, and plus there is a cox in the boat, so you can see in lane number 4 how they are, fighting with steering, slightly going from one side of the lane to the other. It's not easy. Trust me, I've done that. I can say from my own experience that steering the boat with 5 people in it, it's not a piece of cake.
Yeah, as regards steering and the wind, certainly lane 1, because it's closer to the bank and the lee that's created by those trees, and you can see the leaves moving in the wind, there is a slight advantage there, slightly smoother water, but still it's looking pretty comfortable for for lane 4 Hungary. But I'd say you've got lane 3 Austria in the green boat. Looks holding in there, but Poland is dropping behind. So we're down to the last 200 meters or so. So the big question, can the Hungarians hold in there?
Exactly, we will see, as there is only maybe 20 strokes max until they reach the finish. It's going to be really tight, because we can see lane number 2 from the Czech Republic pushes a lot. Maybe they will overtake the leading crew. We have to wait until they cross the finish line, but it's going to be tight. Oh yeah, and lane number 4 from Hungary crosses the finish line at the first place, followed by silver medalists from the Czech Republic. And the bronze medals go to Poland in lane number 1. Congratulations, ladies.
Yeah, you can see the effort that this race took out of those girls as they cross the line and they collapse forward. So they're exhausted.
And we have Austrian girls at the finish. Congratulations. And another crew from Austria.
The coxed boat coming through. The coxed boat just shows, even with a 15-second advantage from the start, just carrying that weight and in these conditions really makes a difference.
And now we are presenting the medal ceremony for single scullers, men. We have 3 powerful scullers from Austria, Czechia and Poland coming to the podium. The medal ceremony for single sculls men. Benedek Münk from Austria, Matej Wawrzyk from Czechia, and Tomáš Krol from Poland will get the medals soon. Okay, now we can see the guys. The bronze medal goes to Benedek Münk from Austria. The silver medal goes to Matej Wawrzyk from Czechia. And the winner is and gets the gold medal, Tomáš Krol from Poland. Congratulations.
Yeah, you can see the wind. Look at those flags blowing.
And now listen to the Polish national anthem. Thank you very much. Congratulations for your beautiful performances. What do we have next on the list? Okay, now we can see the start list of 4 crews, a discipline, non-cox 4 or coxless 4, lane number 1, Czech Republic, lane number 2, Hungary, lane number 3, Poland, lane number 4, Austria. They're going to fight for 3 medals and points into the Olympic Hopes Regatta Cup 2025. So lane number 1, the crew from Czechia, Matej Brna, Václav Smietak, Jan Slany, and Daniel Navratil. Lane number 2 represented by Hungary, Kölös Kovács, Mark Lőrinc, Raimund Rácz, and Benjamin Dabub. Lane number 3 represented by Poland, Dominik Klosinski, Filip Jerdzejak, Jan Masli, and Igor Jakubiak. And lane number 4 represented by Austrian rowers, Konstantin Gottsmy, Felix Brückner, James Jackson, and Hasan Muratovic. They're about to start the race. Coxless 4 men for 2,000 meter distance.
You can see Austria's going early. It looks like it's worth also noting that actually the Austrians is the youngest crew here, average age of 15. So they're likely to be racing again in the same category next year. But already problems a little bit close to those boys there. This is the impact not only of the wind, I suspect, which catches the boats.
That's right, and I can see Polish crew, and it's interesting how powerful their strokes are. You can see the bubbles, after each stroke on water level. Their stroke rate is a bit slower than the stroke rates of Austrian crew in lane number 4, but still they are, on the second, respectively third place. So it's boat to boat, and it's going to be really interesting race. I'm just curious what's going to happen after they cross the bridge line, because usually the wind is stronger there. So maybe, in my opinion, the crew that is more powerful, or they prefer power over the stroke rate, will have a slight advantage. We'll see what happens.
It's looking pretty close though, because you've got Czech Republic in, I'd say, second, but on the near side, Austria stroking slightly higher rate, and in third place in lane 3, Poland. So the question is, it is going to be stroke rate versus power, and of course with the wind, we'll see what's the best solution. But at the moment, Austria near screen, stroking higher and ahead. Then it's a pretty close fight between, at the moment, Czech Republic on the far side and Poland. But you can see the waves, they're splashing. I'll pass to my co-commentator for the technical stuff.
Oh yes, you're right. The waves are bigger and bigger, and it's getting more and more difficult. But I like the way of Austrian crew, the way they row, because despite of the high waves, it's still very clean about the water. The feathering is super smooth. So the less you touch water, the waves, the more time you save. And they're doing really well in the waves.
What I like with these drone shots is you really get a sense, particularly now, you really do get a sense of the speed of these boats going through the water. I mean, this is not a quad, so they're not quite as fast as a quad, but this boat is moving.
Oh yeah, they're moving pretty fast, I would say. Usually the average speed during the race at this category might be like 19 kilometers, 20 kilometers per hour, but when you say somebody like out of the street, that they row at the speed of 20 kilometers, usually the people think it's slow. But, when you sit on the boat, you feel actually the speed, and you've got a feeling it's going really, really quickly.
Great shot from the drone, and when you've got more people in the boat, it really seems like more action. But widening out, looks like Austria is, I'd say, accustomed or comfortable with the conditions. So Austria is pulling ahead on lane 4, and closer to the bank, Czech Republic in second place, followed by Poland in lane 4. Lane 3, I beg your pardon. Now the question is, will Poland, have they been training on a longer course? So will they be able to come through and take the Czechs? I don't think they're going to make much impression against the Austrians, because the Austrians look as though they're comfortable.
Oh yeah, now we can see the crew from Hungary, lane number 2. Beautiful.
Great shot.
Shots, yeah, I can imagine, I had that kind of shots when I was rowing. That was like ages and ages ago, and we had like 1 photograph or 2 photographs over the whole season, but never mind. we are still here, and these kids, they have this beautiful advantage of, you know, online screening. And,
this is a coach's delight and a rower's hell, because you can see every mistake made.
That's right. That's right. But they try hard. All of them try hard, and we can see now Austrians in the yellow board of Empaka, you know, approaching the finish line. And you said at the beginning, Hugo, that these guys are actually the youngest.
That's
among
right.
The
Yeah.
field.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're giving a year away to the others.
That's right. Maybe, you know, big Olympic hopes in Austria are growing up. So, and they are speeding up. They're increasing the stroke rate so they can secure the gold medals. But it's going to be really tough, because in lane number 2, the Czechs, they never give up. So we'll see what happens in the last maybe 30, 40 strokes.
Coming to the last couple of 100 meters here. Stunning shots.
Oh yeah, and they have really good technique, I would say, you know, feathering and clean strokes.
And you can see the wind also on, you know, this shows you the wind on their
Yes, yes. It's getting strong. It'll be really tight finish. And also, you know, for the third place, it's going to be nerve-wracking, I would say. But I think that Austrians, they are safe in lane number 4 for the gold medals.
And giving away a year to the other two. So, but I mean, in that regard, what you're seeing here, certainly for these 5 countries, you're seeing the future representatives at a more senior level.
That's right. So the first gold medal, Austria, Czech Republic, 1 silver medals, and then bronze medals go to Poland. Congratulations to all 3 crews. It was a great race, and we enjoyed watching it a lot. And we are still waiting for Hungarian crew in lane number 2. They must be somewhere close to the finish line. Oh yeah, here they come. Good job, boys. Hungary on the 4th place. But it was nice to watch. Thank you very much to non-cox 4 crews.
I don't know if you noticed, just as the Hungarian boat was crossing the line, you could actually see the drone going through the screen from right to left. So there we have the unofficial results as we've pulled them out. The first Austrians, that's Konstantin Gosmi, Felix Bruckner, James Jackson, very English-sounding name, or American, Hasan Muratovic. A 2nd place, Maciej Brunner, Václav Smetak, Jan Slani, Daniel Navratil. 3rd place, Dominik Kozinski, Filip.
Yes, and now we are going to watch the medal ceremony for coxless 4 women. Let's play our favorite song. You are the best, and the best crews are from Poland, Czechia, and Hungary. We have the Poland crew on the 3rd place. Maria Kowalska, Nadia Domalewska, Agata Wludarska, and Kornelia Tylinska. Then from the Czech Republic, we've got here Stella Albrechtová, Edita Blašková, Nela Hrančíková, and Linda Chmelářová. And from Hungary, Bianca Bohač, Juliana Zadravec, Vilu Varga, and Flora Magyar. And the bronze medals go to Poland. Maria Kowalska, Nadia Domalewska, Agata Wludarska, and last but not least, Kornelia Tylinska. Congratulations to Polish girls on the 3rd place. Silver medals go to Czechia, Stella Albrechtová, Edita Blašková, Nela Hrančíková, and Linda Chmelářová. All 4 girls from the Czech Republic, from Czechia. Congratulations! And the winners are from Hungary. Yeah, hands up in the air, Bianca Bohač, Juliana Zadravec, Vilo Varga, and Flora Magyar. Now, please listen to the Hungarian national anthem for the winners. Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations to all medalists and Czechs. And photo shooting, don't forget it. You know, the photos are important. And then we have the medal ceremony for men coxless 4. And we have 3 crews that are going to be awarded from Poland, Czechia, and Austria. So, boys, you can come to the podium to get your medals. The bronze medals go to Poland, and they got the time 7 minutes 17 seconds, .3. Then the second place goes to the Czech crew, and their time was 7 minutes 13.8, 3 seconds behind the winners from Austria, who got the time 7 minutes 10 seconds and 8. Okay, and we are also going to announce the winner for coxed 4 ladies, and the winner is the crew from Austria, Lisa Schalk, Lisa Lotte Lloyd, Elena Schalk, and Olivia Gigacher, with the cox Eva Buchacher. They crossed the line after 9 minutes and 6.3 seconds, and they were the only one during the race. Coxed 4 from Austria, the gold medals. Yeah, that's right, ladies, in the middle. Oh yeah, here they come, all 4 of them, right? But we are waiting for the cox, I guess, because we need 5. Okay, we've got 5 people there, okay. And maybe, you know, mothers of one of the crew members, they get gold medals, and these are Lisa Schalk, Lisa Lotte Lloyd, Elena Schalk, Olivia Gigacher, and a cox Eva Buchacher. Congratulations.
And more than congratulations, by being the winners and the only entrants in that particular category. This puts Austria in a very good position for the Olympic Hopes Women's Cup. Good play by Austria there.
And let's listen to Austrian national anthem, please. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again for your beautiful performance. Enjoy the medals. Enjoy the day. And we slightly continue in our program.
Are you mother of the boy?
Yeah.
You're welcome on the stage. Please come here.
No, I won't do that, but thank
help
you.
me, I know.
No, I'm not going to go there.
Okay, we can see you. Thank you very much for confirming. Now we are going to approach the medal ceremony for coxless 4 men. And we have like 3 crews from Poland, Czechia, and Austria. Let's play our favorite song for the best ones. Oh yes, now we've got the song. We are waiting for awarded crews in the discipline of coxless 4. And the bronze medals go to Poland. Then we have silver medals go to Czechia, and the gold medals go to Austria. Okay, so the bronze medals, we have the crew from Poland, Dominik Klosinski, Filip Jerdzejak, Jan Mashli, and finally Igor Jakubiak. The final time was 7 minutes 17.3 seconds, and silver medals go to the Czech crew, Matěj Brna, Václav Směták, Jan Slaný, and Daniel Navratil, the strokeman of the crew. They managed to cross the finish line at 7 minutes 13.8 seconds. So 3 seconds before them, we have winners from Austria, Konstantin Gottsmy, Felix Brückner, James Jackson, and Hasan Muratovic. Congratulations, boys. For gold medals, they had the time 7 minutes 10 and 8 seconds. And now let's listen to the Austrian national anthem. Congratulations, boys, and thank you for your super performance.
And I was just looking at the results to date. Austria seems to be doing very well. That's the 3rd Austrian gold medal So it's going to be very interesting to know how the men's and women's and the overall championship result by country will be, and we'll see if we can find out to share with you.
But we have one announcement from the tower. We would like to ask you to keep the race traffic rules so you do not have or get the yellow card, right? There is only one thing to remember, that the cooling down area is like behind line 6. Line 6 is the furthest one, so please cool down there. And it's a 500-meter trek from the finish line until 1,500 mark. Thank you very much. And now we can see on the screen the new race, the race of coxed 4 men, and we have 3 crews in lane number 1, Hungarian crew in the middle, the crew from Austria, and lane number 3 is represented by Czechia, Filip Žehák, Konstantin Bilej, Samuel Schönweitz, Kubanek Joachim, and a cox Jan Babor. So they are going to start their race soon, in about 2 minutes.
With this race, race 8, we're now halfway through the program. So still got another 7 races to run, or including this one.
That's right, and I'm looking down at the papers, checking the age, the average age of the crews we have in this race, and it's really close, because the Austrians are the youngest ones, and the average age is 15.2 years. Then we have the crew from Hungary, 15.4, and then the Czech team with an average age 15.8. So all crews are under 16. Let's say the first year in the junior, young junior category.
And a technical question, will think based upon those ages, will the Hungarians and the Austrians be racing in the same event next year?
Oh yeah, I think so, yep. So the race is officially started, and we can see all 3 crews. It looks like the crew from Austria right in the middle is in the slight lead over the crew from Hungary in lane number 2. And then we have the Czech guys in lane number 3, but we are still couple of meters after the start. Maybe they're approaching 200-meter mark. So it is really, really just the beginning of the race, and lots of meters out of those guys, the youngsters who are fighting against the distance, wind and waves. So 3 in 1. One advantage over the coxless 4 is that they do not have to bother about steering, as they have the man who is taking care of it. The cox, he either lies in the front of the boat, like in the boat actually, as you can see in lane number 3 and lane number 2. And then we have a cox who sits in the boat, and he watches the crew from the back part of the boat, and that is the case of the crew from Hungary in lane number 1. So we have 2 types of steering or coxing the boat.
Is there any advantage between sitting at the front or sitting at the back?
Actually, I don't know personally. I don't have the experiences. I always weigh like more than 90 kilos. So I would be not ideal cox for any boat, but I guess that there is a slight advantage of the cox that is actually lying in front of the boat, because he can see the course perfectly, while when you sit, you have like 4 bodies in front of you in your view. So that is my opinion.
I have another question. What's your view on the difference between a sweep boat with 4 oars and a doubles?
Oh, you mean the pair, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because this, in other words, so here we've got it's not a quad. We've got 4 oars, so it's basically a double sculls. Versus, but we've got more weight. But then again, you can put more power into a given oar.
Exactly, you are right. More oars, more power, and quicker the time. So in comparison with pair is really super technical discipline, as there are only 2 men, and each of them has 1 oar on either the right or left hand side. And the boat is definitely slower than this one, when you have like 4 oarsmen in the boat. So I think, in my opinion, that pair is more technical. This is more about power, but at the same time, also you've got to have like super technique to keep the balance of the boat and smooth. Okay, but the guys, they crossed the 1,000-meter mark, and still Austrians in the lead. Now we are watching closely the Czech in lane number 3, and they're fighting with the course and doing their best. I like their rhythm. They're really synced, and they row as one. There is a nice swing in the stroke. Now we are approaching with camera the Austrian leading crew. And they push hard, I bet. They push hard, they have really lengthy stroke. They try to reach the maximum level.
Such a great shot. We can't be more than a few meters away from the boat when you get that close.
That's right, and here we've got Hungarians. Also very solid technique. They try hard, and they compete to as much as they can, I guess. You can see it from the facial expression. They've try really hard, but that's the way it should be, because these are the Olympic hopes. So do your best, guys. Now we have approximately 250 meters until finish. The development of the courses and race is more or less the same. We have the Austrian crew at the leading position, and followed by Hungarian and Czech crew. Okay, so we are back. We had some technical issue here. So you can hear, the crouching up, the rowers who are coming to the finish line. First position is lane number 2, Austria. But there is going to be a really tough fight between the second and the third crew.
Yes, and this is going to be interesting. Just for what it's worth, I thought I might update everybody on the position of the overall Olympic Hopes Cup. So Austria and Czech and Poland are all running equal. So the fact that Austria just came in second there is going to help them relative to the Polish, certainly, and indeed the Czechs. So just to summarize, so in overall terms, Austria, Czech and Poland are all running equally. I'll see if we can get you a breakdown on the men's and the women's combined.
And the next race should begin at 1 p.m. So in roughly 6 minutes, it'll be double sculls women, and we have full field, so that means 6 boats. We have 2 boats from Slovakia in lane number 6 and lane number 5. Then we have the boat from Hungary in lane number 4. Czech double scull in lane 3, Austrian in lane 2, and a double scull from Poland in lane number 1. So that'll be really interesting race. As you can see, Slovak crew number 1, Tamara Kublova, Terezia Grosova, really skilled and high quality single scullers. So we expect like super fast time from them. Also, we have Dalma Shepherd and Deborah Derova as the Slovak crew number 2. And then traditionally strong crews from Czechia, but also from Poland, Austria and Hungary. It's really packed field, so we will see how it's going to end up on the finish line. So the race double scull women should begin in 4.5 minutes.
So lining up for race 9. So we're into the last half of the races today. So we've got lined up on the far bank. That's track 1. That's Poland. Track 2, Austria. Mir Profos and Caroline Kraus. Lane 3, Czech Republic. Katarina Sedlachkova and Lucia Pavlikova. Lane 4, Hungary. Luka Nadia Husa and Dora Krug. And then the 2 Slovak boats, Lane 5, Tamara Kublova and Terezia Grosova. Terezia doubling up, having just been in the singles where she was gold winner. And in Lane 6, the Slovak 2 boat of Deborah Derova and Dalma Shepherd. Home-cried anticipation as to the lanes 5 and lane 6. The tension on the line looks as though they're beginning to get ready. Oh, they're off. So lane 5 is the domestic ride is looking for, and looks like it's lane 4, I'd say. Hungary is just a tad ahead. It's certainly going hard. And of course, lane 1, Poland seems to be pretty strong at the moment as well.
Unfortunately, we have some accident in lane number 6, which is the second Slovak crew. I think that something has happened with the Nor. We will see it maybe or get to know it later on. But there was a similar problem with Hungarian crew, actually, that I noticed after maybe 70, 80 meters after the start. They also struggle with the oar management. It looks like, or it looked like they caught a crab, but they dealt with it successfully, and now they are in the first, maybe the second position. Nevertheless, all now remaining 5 crews are in one pack, and we We have our fingers crossed for the Slovak crew number 1 in lane number 5, which is Tamara Kublova and Tereska Grosová. And the wind is really strong. You can, when you check out the hair of these girls, you know, the ponytails, and they are really like virtually in front of their faces, not like on the back side. So it is really difficult.
Coming up after the first 500 meters, it looks to me that Poland is just ahead. That's in lane 1 near the bank, with Hungary possibly in second. The Slovak girls at the moment seem to be running last, but we're now coming up to the bridge, so probably at about 750 meters. And what we've seen in other races is it all really does play out in the last half of the race. So I'm crossing my fingers. Certainly the Slovak girls know this course.
Oh yes, you're right. They are maybe like, let's say, at home on these course. They are definitely more familiar with it than the rest of the field. So we will see if it, takes any advantage. Still, you've got only the straight line that you have to go through at the end of the day. But they certainly know what to expect in terms of wind direction and waves. And now you can see lane number 4, Hungarian double scull. They are coping with steering now. They are in the middle of the lane, which is perfect, but they were on the left-hand side a couple of meters ago, but they managed. But Hugo, check out the lane number 1, the Polish double scull.
Yeah, no, I'm saying the Polish double scull, they've got that inside lane, so that's slightly less wind, which will cause them less problems with the steering, and they seem to be, comfortably ahead, actually, followed by a gaggle, which is Austria, Czech, and Hungary. So Poland, again, doing very nicely. Not quite so much wind. You get more wind in the middle of the course, as you can imagine, because the trees. Oh my gosh, Poland just hit a boy there. That'll slow them down a bit, but actually they're so far ahead. But Hungary looks to be running in second, and then it's quite tight for the third. I'd say the Slovak boat is beginning. It looks as though it might be clawing back. But yes, looking Poland comfortable there. Don't seem to be putting much effort in, but just moving slightly. But we had a lovely shot of the Hungarian boat in the middle of the screen, and then the Austrian in the Empacher coming through. In the middle of the screen now is the Czech boat with blades. Such great shots. You can see their dress with the line on, and they look to be, well, from that angle at least, looks to be coming up on the Austrians. But already here you can again see the puffs of the wind. That's the different coloration, and that makes a big difference on these boats because they do get deflected by the wind.
That's right. And when I watch, the Polish girls, they have really lower stroke rate than the rest of the field.
That's what I thought too.
But their strokes are really powerful. You can see it especially from the drone view. Because it is the strong wind you're fighting against, you must push hard. You must, deliver the power amount into water, otherwise you would be at the end of the field.
Yeah, so Poland comfortably in the first position at the moment, followed by, it seems to me, Hungary and then Austria in lane 2. Whereas the Slovak boat, can't see it.
Yeah, I guess they're on the 5th place, somewhere behind these 4 crews, so that's why we cannot see them. Right now, this is Hungarian crew, lane number 4. They're checking, you know, the right direction, so they do not touch the buoys. Oh, this is so beautiful. Very nice streaming, very nice views. And the Polish leading crew in lane number 1. You know, it is like maybe 30.
So Simon, they'd say they're just pulling longer and more powerfully because it doesn't look much effort.
Yes. Yes, that's interesting. It looks like nothing, you know, and if this happens, then you are obviously the quickest.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the difference between them and the Austrians. The Austrians, you would say, to my untutored eyes, that they're working harder, and yet, you know, the Poland is just on another track.
You're absolutely right. You know, sometimes when you have these choppy conditions, the technique is a decisive, the key element, because you can save a lot of seconds, not touching the waves, you know, clean feathering.
No, is Slovakia coming?
Oh,
fighting back on
look
that
at
far
that.
side?
Number 5 in blue suits. All of a sudden, from nothing, we've got, you know, our Slovak crew there in the field.
They look like they could be running for 3rd place.
That is unbelievable. Maybe, you know, getting the medal.
That's they're working at it.
Really strong finish by the Slovak crew. But the gold goes to Poland. Silver to Austria, and the bronze medals to Hungary, and the 4th place by, you know, Slovak girls. They almost overtook the 3rd crew. Now we have Czech girls. And that's basically it, because, you know, the Slovak crew number 2, they had some technical difficulties maybe 100 meters after the start, so they will not perhaps cross the finish line. Otik, możemy medal ceremony, please? Okay, so let's take a look at the medal ceremony. Let's play our favorite song. And we are going to announce the medalists from coxed 4 men. We have crews from Czechia, Hungary, and Austria. We've got all boys ready. And now the president of the Slovak Rowing Federation, Mr. Jan Žižka, is going to hand in the medals. The bronze medals go to Czechia, Filip Řehák, Konstantin Bílej, Samuel Schönweitz, Kubánek Jáchym, and Jan Babor, reaching the time 7 minutes 37.4. Congratulations, boys. Great job. It was a beautiful race. And now the silver medalists from Hungary. Matthias Fazekas, Csongor Pap, Gergely Forček, Marcel Hubaj, and Daniel Jakubovic. Congratulations to Hungary. And the gold medalists come from Austria. Emil Reitzinger. Yeah. Clap your hands for the winners. Paul Niemetz. Lukas Schönhuber. Sebastian Gruber. And Martin Oberndorfer. Final time was 7 minutes 26.1 seconds. Congratulations. And now let's hear the national anthem of Austria. Congratulations, boys. Now it's time to take some beautiful pictures. It's always great to have a piece of memory so you can remember this beautiful day when you won. And now let's take a closer look at Final A double scull men. Again, we have 6 crews in the field. From Poland, 2 crews from Hungary, 1 from Austria, Slovak crew, and the Czech crew in lane number 6. Right after the start, it looks like lane number 5 actually from Hungary is in the slight lead over lane number 3 from Austria and number 2 from Hungary, which is Hungarian second crew. But that is just the beginning, and it will certainly be different soon.
Looks very tight there. They're almost in a straight line. Slovakia dropping back. The others looks pretty tight. I'd say Poland far side, lane 1, just a few meters ahead. And then it's anybody's guess as to second place between Hungary in lane 2, Hungary in lane 5, and the Czech Republic, with Austria in lane 3 in the yellow alpaca, probably in the third place, as it were. Yeah, but Czech Republic looking comfortable. Again, Poland's been lucky, I'd say. Always got the draw several times on that inner lane, has less wind.
Oh yeah, but that is, I'm sure, just a coincidence. But meanwhile, I would like to announce to our fans here in Zemník that you can buy special T-shirts, the rowing edition of Olympic Hopes 2025 from today, with the names of all participants, all rowers and coaches. One T-shirt for 20 euros. If you buy 3, then you've got each for only 15 euros. So this stand of T-shirt is in the area of the Finnish Tower. It's a great souvenir for all of you from this day. So again, T-shirt with the names of all rowers and coaches for 20 euros. If you buy 3, you get each for 15 euros. Okay, but let's go back to our guys on double sculls. I can see beautiful technique in lane number 6. Czech guys, you know, straight back and quite long stroke. They try to keep it clean about the water.
Look at the Hungarians in lane 5. They seem to be much higher stroke rate, but yet, what I'm saying is that the Czechs seem to be comfortable, and the Hungarians working harder.
Yeah, that's exactly. Hungarian boys, they are like pushing hard. It's more like muscular kind of rowing or power over the technique. And the Czech guys, they look much more relaxed. They try to keep it balanced and controlled. But these 4 boats, they are really in the same lane, in the same light.
But Poland in lane 1, again, comfortably ahead. So the fight is between the other boat. It's going to be very close towards the line, I think.
That's right, Hugo. We have to keep an eye on lane number 1. Poland is enjoying, the view over the rest of the field. They also trying to keep steering right. They're right in the middle of the line. They have no problems going right and left. So that is also very important. So you can save a lot of seconds with precise steering. And they look very swift, very fresh. Their stroke rate is, pretty high in these conditions, and they are number 1 now. So we will see if something happens, or if something happens that can, endanger their leading position. But it looks as if they were only 1 now on water, right?
Absolutely, and look, and then we have the others coming through. So Czech Republic looks, it's interesting, it looks as though the Czech Republic on line 6 could be attacking. So this would be, and it's marked observation that Poland lane 1 and Czech Republic lane 6 all rowing smoothly versus the hard work of the Hungarians in lane 5. Again, these great shots. I mean, the drone must be literally only a couple of meters behind that boat, which was awesome.
That's right, and I remember when I, was at their age, we won the Czechoslovakian Federal Championship in double scull with my partner. We were the first ones, and I remember, that race till today. If I close my eyes, I can literally watch every meter of the race. And the funny feeling is that when you are in the lead, you can't, really feel the pain. You've got a feeling that you are flying and you are enjoying it.
Looking across, and they're beginning to puff. You can see the person in bar, he's, puffing out, looking across.
Yeah, he was checking the situation, and maybe they are getting ready for the final attack against Polish crew.
It looks like they're certainly the Czechs are trying to see if they can catch up in the last couple of 100 meters, and it looks like they're making an impression. So it's definitely.
Yeah, you're right. It's going to be really tight finish, and you can see, the fans screaming and supporting their buddies from the clubs.
So Poland to the near side, lane one still, I think they still ahead, but it's certainly clear water between the Czechs and the the Austrians.
But there are the Czechs we cannot see right now from this perspective. Oh, now we can see them.
Oh my
in the
gosh!
yellow
No,
ball.
they've come through. My God, they
yeah.
have come through. That's amazing. Astonishing work there by the Czechs. Really pulled it through in the last 500 meters.
Absolutely.
Now, who's going to be third? Oh my gosh! The Austrians.
Wow.
Wow, that's a very remarkable race. Real turnaround there. Poland comfortably ahead for the 1,500 meters, and we're looking stroking comfortably. But the Czechs really pulled it out.
I fully agree. It was an amazing finish performed by the Czech guys in lane number 6. And that was Matej Bejset and Oldřich Kořenek. Congratulations, guys. It was amazing, but also big applaud to the Polish crew in lane number 1, represented by Makary Borowskiara and Maximilian Maciejewski. Finally, the third place goes to Austria, Elias Ückmeier and Paul Gutzjar. Great performance now. The Slovak crew finishing the finish line, Martin Sudora and Jerguš Brickman. We don't know if something has happened during the course, the race, but we will certainly find out later on. 7 minutes 27.4 seconds is the winning time of double scull men. Only 1 second and 1.2 seconds behind the Polish crew. And then there was a really big fight for the bronze medal between Austrians and Hungarian crew. There is a slight distance between them, which is only 0.7 seconds.
It seems to me, just watching that race or replaying that race through my mind, that was actually the biggest upset, I would say, of the races we've had so far. What I mean by that, the Czech boat really managed to pull through the first boat, and that was a real turnaround.
Oh yeah, I loved it, absolutely. It was like out of nowhere, the Czech guys attacked and they managed to win. It looked like the Olympics.
Well, all these people here will be, I guess, in their mind's eye, be thinking of the, what would it be, 2030 Olympics, maybe the 2034. Those are the ones they'll be thinking.
That's right. And now we are going to have the ceremony for double scull women and double scull men. But ladies first, right? Otik môžeme? Now we can see the ladies from double scull coming to the podium. Right, I guess we are ready for medals. The bronze medals, they go to Hungary. We have Luka Nagyhusar and Dora Kruk. The third place, and big hugs and kisses from mothers. Congratulations, ladies. The silver medals go to Austria. Mia Profos and Caroline Krause. Also big hugs and kisses. Thank you very much. And the winners are from Poland. Natalia Bratnicka and Julia Dusinski. Gold medals, and the final time was 8 minutes 26 seconds. They won by 4.5 seconds before the silver medalist and 8 seconds before the bronze medalist. And now let's listen to the Polish national anthem. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all three crews, but especially the Polish winners. Okay, now we have the starting list for pair final women. We have 4 crews: Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Austria. It'll be really technical to cope with all the dangers and waves and winds during the race, because pair is considered as one of the most technical disciplines. So fingers crossed for the ladies. You can see that they have really strong wind that is against them, but they will try hard to defeat it.
To the untutored eye, like myself, it really looks as though it's so much harder work in a pair.
Oh yes, you are so right. It is. Because you have to know, we 110% focus on your technique. You know, one minor mistake can ruin the whole performance. So,
Look at the steering problems Austria 4 has.
I was about to say that steering, oh, look at that. Lane number 4 is almost in lane number 3, so they have to steer it to the left side as soon as possible. But I was about to say about steering, because in comparison with double scull, you know, in pair, there is the steering mechanism attached to the stroke. seat, and the stroke has to basically steer the boat. So it is extremely, extremely difficult and demanding because the stroke is responsible also for stroke pace, steering, but sometimes it could be steered also from the bow position.
And the steering is from the foot plate? So
Yes, that's right.
So
right.
you're
It's from
pushing on it as well as steering.
Yes, you're pushing and also you're moving it. So you have to be super cautious about your foot stretcher and shoes in the boat. Oh, but we've got the Polish crew here in the lead. That's a really nice style. They keep it clean about the water. They do not rush. They, they're very synced. I like, the way the boat floats in water.
And nice colored boat too.
Beautifully, beautifully. It's blue with white stripes. Actually, I've never seen it before. This is for the first time, but I love it.
Yeah, and they're comfortably ahead of all the others. So it looks like Poland in lane 3, ahead of probably, I'd say, Czech Republic in lane 1, or followed by Hungary. So perhaps when we get a wider shot, we'll see where Austria is at. But they looked at the beginning to be having problems with their steering.
Yep, that's right. But now when you check out lane number 1, before it seemed to be the best lane in terms of less wind, basically. But now it is, as windy as the rest of the lanes, I reckon.
Oh, that's because Poland wasn't in it.
That's right. We've got Czech ladies now in lane number 1.
Yes, so Poland has definitely moved the wind, and they're now in the middle of the course, windless. But Poland doing very nicely. In fact, all of these girls, can you see the splashes there as they just came to the wind venturi between the bridge.
And also there is one announcement to all rowers from the judges. Please be aware of the race traffic rules because Mr. Sculls Miroslav, who is the head umpire, just thrown away another 3 or 4 yellow cards. So for interference with the race traffic rules. So please follow race traffic rules carefully. And everything's going to be okay. As it is with the leading crew from Poland now, they have like 4.5 minutes behind. They just crossed 1,000 watermark, and they are in a comfortable lead, I reckon.
Shimon, I have a technical question. It seems to me, on a scull boat like this, a sweep boat, are they reaching further forward at the beginning of their stroke relative to if they were on sculls?
I think this is more or less the same. The length is the same. It may be it's an optical thing because the outer hand reaches virtually, further than the inner hand. But when we measure the length of the stroke or the angles, it should be more or less similar to the pair sculling. Yes, and you are right, we call this sweeping. They sweep nicely, and this is the detailed view on the Hungarian crew, and we are moving slightly to the Czech crew.
So we're coming up to the last 500-600 meters. The question is, who's got most in the tank? Are the Czechs going to try and pull back on Poland, which is in lane 3? You can see they're beginning to breathe hard.
Oh yeah, you're actually very right. I was about to mention the breathing technique of the Czech ladies. It was brilliant because during the race you breathe in twice during the stroke, and you could have seen it on the Czech girl. she was doing it really in a really good manner. Because once you can't, keep your regular breathing pattern, then it might result in a lot of lactate in your muscles.
So, as we're seeing here, Poland looking pretty comfortable in lane 3 in first position, followed by the Czech boat. And then looks to be, well, we can't see the whole field, so maybe Hungary in lane 2 in third position.
But in terms of steering, it is more complicated in this discipline than it is in double scull. But the girls are doing really well. I guess they're super focused about steering, and they keep the middle of the lane. And now there is the crew in lane 4. These are Austrian girls fighting for their results. Also very nice style. And now we can see the crews from the tower already. The Polish crew is way in front of the other field, so I guess they just control the leading position. However, they're slightly touching the boys. It's difficult to say from this angle. Nevertheless, they will get gold medals for 100%.
Yeah, and on the medals front, interesting at the latest feedback after 6 races. So the Austrian Rowing Federation is ahead. It's got 43 points of the Czechs, who are on 40, and the Czechs are just ahead of the Polish. Polish is 39. So it's getting. Oh my gosh, what's happened? Missed something. That looked like the Poles might have caught a crab or just decided to.
So the Polish crew is number 1. They got gold medals, followed by silver medalists from the Czech Republic, from Czechia, Veronika Snášelová and Katarzyna Vodešilova. And who's going to be on the 3rd place? Or we can see it now, the bronze medals. They go to Hungary, Dora Berki and Lila Marko. Congratulations to the medalists and also to the 4th crew in the field. Girls from Austria, Alena Lux and Mia Neudwirter just crossed the finish line. And you can see they are really exhausted, really tired. But conditions are rough.
And it should be said again, the Austrians in that race, they were the youngest by average age 15 and a half relative to the other girls who were 16. So this is probably their first time racing out as a crew, and I'm sure they'll be back next year for the same competition.
That's right, they get super experience, and the winning time is 8 minutes 40 seconds, 10 seconds before the second crew. And then we have the bronze medalists on the 3rd place for 9 minutes and 4.2 seconds. For 9 minutes on the race, I would be dead. For the rest of my life, my head's up and heads down to all of you today, dear rowers.
I just noticed on the something that we haven't seen on this track before. For the first time, I've been told that for the first time since this Zemník was opened up, it's been open for about 10, 15 years. But this is the first time that we've ever had 8s racing on this particular course. Normally in Slovakia, the only time we actually run 8s is actually on the Danube. There's a race called the Devinates, which runs down the Danube. Normally, we never get to see 8s on this course, so it's great to see them.
That's right, and now can we proceed to the medal ceremony? Mr. Gajovic, please. Oh, I can see the hands up in the air. That means yes. And we are playing this song to the medalists of double scull men, which was race number 10. And we have 3 crews from Austria, Poland, and Czechia. So here we got 3 top crews, double scull men, and the 3rd place goes to Austria. And we have Elias Uckmayer and Paul Gutzjahr. They won the bronze medals. Their time was 7 minutes 38.7 seconds. Congratulations, guys. Then we have silver medalists from Poland, Makary Borkowski-Jara and Maksymilian Maciejewski. And the time, the silver time was 7 minutes 28.6 seconds, which was only 2.2 behind the winning crew from Czechia, Marek Pajsert and Oldřich Kořenek, gold medalist from Czechia. And now please listen to the Czech national anthem. Congratulations, boys. Great jobs. It was marvelous performance. If you want some perfect souvenir, just visit little shop we have here at the finish area where you can buy the t-shirts with your names and names of your coaches with a sign Olympic Hopes Regatta 2025. And now let's take a closer look at pair final men, where we have 4 crews. We have in lane number 1, Hungarian crew, lane number 2, pair from Poland, lane number 3, the Czech pair, and lane number 4, guys, rowers from Austria. They have just finished, they have just started, the race. Wow, and that is a high stroke rate in lane number 2. These are the Polish guys.
A lot of power being put into the water.
Oh yes, you can see the bubbles when they feather the blades. There is a splash of water, but also number 1 from Hungary is doing really well. So we will say it is just, the beginning of the 2,000 meter race. So a lot of things will be different during the course, and we will closely watch it and try to comment it.
Austria in lane 4 seems to be getting into a stride, pulling long. And all of these 4 boats, the men are all the same age, they're all 16. looks as though it's beginning to clear. So Hungary lane 1 comfortably ahead, and then it looks like Czech Republic in lane 3 with, I'd say, Austria just ahead of Poland. Very interesting actually reversal, because Poland at the beginning started off pretty strong. Now Hungary seems to be really in their stride and pulling ahead. But again, as we've seen already today, we're barely, quarter way down the course, and the problems, it's the last 500 meters and the wind after the bridge.
You're right, Hugo, and I wouldn't underestimate the Austrian crew in lane number 4, because they are very head-to-head to the Czech crew, and I'm sure that they will try their best not to lose the contact with the Czech pair. And in terms of the Polish crew at the beginning, yes, they had really high stroke rate, but now it dropped down a bit, and currently they are on the fourth position. We are approaching to the bridge. Bridge is virtually 1,000 meter mark. And again, lane number 1, you can see lane number 1 is in the lead, so it must have, maybe slightly better conditions than the rest. Nevertheless, Hungarians are pushing hard, and their technique is really nice. I like the style because it's really dynamic. Now they're struggling a bit with steering. They almost hit the buoy on the left-hand side. And also, Polish crew in lane number 2 is doing really well technically. But let's take a closer look at the leading crew. From Hungary, Orban Benedek and Rekasi Marton. These are the guys representing Olympic Hopes for Hungary in the discipline of pair men.
Nice shot looking south, and for those who don't know, from Zemník looking south, the Hungarian border is about 5 or 10 kilometers away. So this particular course is it's almost the triangulation between the border of Austria, which is about 2 kilometers away from Zemník, Hungary, as I said, about 5-10 kilometers. So quite an unusual location in terms of its proximity to borders.
That's right. And what is also interesting fact is it's very close to this rowing course. There is a road for rollerbladers and cyclists, so you can meet a lot of people there. I was actually there rollerblading 2 days ago. It was marvelous. I like it because you are in the nature, close to water, and it's the tranquility of the road is just beautiful.
Yeah, and just picking up on that as an aside, what most people won't realize is this is actually what is known as a sort of floodplain. This is actually on the riverside of the embankment. So if you come here or had come here in March, the water level would have been 2 or 3 meters higher. In other words, all the park that we've seen was underwater by about a meter, because this does flood. So these trees are very interesting. That they are regularly accustomed to being flooded in the spring and the autumn.
That is interesting. Actually, I'm thinking I have never been here during winter, so I have to check it out.
Well, in winter this lake freezes over, so you can skate on it.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I'll give it a try, and then I'll let you know. Okay. So we can see the guys all from the judge tower. They're approaching the finish area, and soon we will also hear screaming and supporting these crews from the bank. Hungarians seem to be still in the lead, if I'm right. They are slightly on the left side of the lane, so they have to be super cautious about it, not to hit the buoy. But I think that they have just realized it and then corrected their steering. And what about the Czech guys in lane number 3? Will they be able to attack the leaders and to overtake them?
But look at lane 4, Austria, not giving in. So it's going to be the real fight. I think is for the bronze medal. Silver medal.
That's
looks
right.
Like Austria is really going for it. I mean, admittedly, this angle, it's always a bit difficult to know. But Hungary looks comfortably ahead. Maybe tiring. Again, it's the matter of the angle. But the Austrians seem to be working harder. They've raised their stroke rate to me. So the question is, can they overtake the Czechs? It's getting pretty close.
And I think that the Czech guys, they're really tired. The boat is looking across his shoulder where the finish line is. Yeah, but now it is clear that Hungarian blokes are the winners. And then the Czech guys, they defeated the silver position. They've got enough, but they are really happy about it. And the bronze medalists are from Austria, completely devastated. And then we have Polish crew on the 4th place, but it was like one pack, very small differences between each other. Congratulations, guys. It was enormous performance.
Although the Austrians were devastated, I think the umpire warning them that my son was explaining to me, you're not allowed to lie back in the boat. It's not allowed.
Yes, I was about actually to say not to lie down after you finish the race, because it is very dangerous for your health. Just try to keep seated. I know, guys, that you are completely wasted after such a difficult race, but please do not lie down in the boat.
But Simon, is that because it's actually bad for you, or it's the race organizers don't know whether you've actually got some medical issues, so it's quite concerning?
Actually, that's a very good question. In my opinion, it may cause some heart damage, because there is the blood pressure issue, and when you lie down, then it's very difficult for the body to cope with the stress and very high heart rate. So I think that is the problem. Okie dokie, and I think we should be ready for the medal ceremony. We are just waiting for the signal. We are going to announce the medalists from pair women. That was the race number 11. And we should have soon on the podium 3 crews from Hungary, Czechia and Poland. Yes, we can see the thumbs up in the air by the race director, Mr. Otto Gajovic. Thank you very much for the signal. Let's play the favorite song for the best ones. Here they come. Beautiful girls are lining up for medals. And the third place, bronze medals go to Hungary. We have Dora Berki and Lila Marko. Yes, yes. These are the ones. The third place, 9 minutes, 4.2 seconds was their time. The silver medals go to Czechia. Veronika Snašelová and Kateřina Vodešilová. Congratulations. Their time was 8 minutes and 50 seconds, and the winners are girls from Poland, Pola Rostkowska and Octavia Stankiewicz-Wendling. Congratulations. Great performance, and gold medals go to Poland. And now, yes, we are happy too. Now let's listen to the part of the Polish national anthem. Congratulations, ladies. Amazing job. I'm glad to see smiles on your faces. Yeah, that's it. Bit of muscle. That's the way we like it. And now one group photo. Meanwhile, we have the 8 crews at the starting area. This is next to the last race of 8 women. We have 3 crews, one from Austria, the second one from the Czech Republic, and 8 from Hungary. For people watching the stream on YouTube, the fans of rowing, you know that there are 8 rowers in the boat, plus a cox who is going to steer the boat safely and also give some commands to the crew so they know their stroke rate, what they should do, position during the race, and so on. It is like extremely important member of the crew.
Simon, so the 8's the fastest, these are the fastest boats, is that right?
Oh yes, in terms of the speed, definitely yes. Because there is, you know, there are 8 rowers in the boat, so logically also the speed is the highest among the other boats. And now we can see that the race has just begun, and I'm really curious who's going to be the first, the second, and the third. I really enjoy watching 8s. It's so economic, it's so beautiful. And this represents the sport of rowing to its best. It's really a beauty.
Yes, this is, of course, these sweep boats, as they're called, or the 8s. This is where the rowing is viewed as the sort of the blue ribbon thing, particularly in the US, UK, and elsewhere where rowing is a big thing.
Absolutely, especially in the US, you know, these 8s, these are the main, the top disciplines. Whereas here in Slovakia and Europe, maybe we focus more on smaller disciplines such as like double sculls, single sculls, or maybe quadruple sculls, 4s. Not so much on 8, but 8 is a king or queen discipline in this case.
And am I right in saying that, you know, the rowers that row on these sweep boats and the 8s, They often they go to the US, to the US universities who are interested in recruiting and having some of the most talented athletes in the world be part of their squads.
That's right, and I'm sorry to interrupt this line of thought. That is definitely interesting, but I would like to announce that those who want to have lunch, please go to the area of the finish tower where you can grab your lunch. So, you are not hungry anymore because the lunch crew is leaving soon. So please come for your lunch.
So the
as
question
soon as
is,
possible.
what's happening? We seem to have lost a crew.
Oh, you are right. I haven't noticed that. Yep.
Where's Austria?
Well,
because
that
looks
is
like
the question. Yeah, you're right. We've got Czech ladies there and also Hungarian girls. Oh, okay,
Okay,
just
they're
behind,
there.
just behind.
They
Nothing
must have-
happened. Yep. Mhm.
Yeah. But that means that the Czech crew is really comfortably ahead. I'd say the Hungarians are still in a shouting distance, and we've still got 1,200 meters to go, so there's plenty of space. But it almost makes you think that the Austrian boat had some technical problem, which hopefully they're now compensating for. But they're comfortably in third place.
That's right. And the Czech girls, you can see that they are really synchronized. They do not rush. They have a nice ratio between the stroke in water and above water, and they are really synchronized. It looks like they've been practicing quite a lot at home. Nevertheless, Hungarians, they are still trying to catch up on them. Now they are under the bridge, which means almost 1,000 meters behind them. So the second half is waiting. And the third place, we've got Austrians in lane number 1, now in the shadow under the bridge. Wow, these Czech girls, it's really nice. The swing, and the synchronicity, they row as one. Beautiful view, so well performed. It looks like nothing, but I'm sure that it still hurts.
Yeah, I like the blades all painted, catching the water exactly at the same time. How does it work? I mean, presumably you follow the person in front to keep him cadent. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You should always keep an eye on, either the person in front of you, the slide, the oar, the blade, whatever. But you must be 100% focused to keep the rhythm, to keep it smooth, to feel the boat. That is the most important. There are the coaches who say that you should listen to the boat, the noises of the boat. When you do the feathering and how it sounds. And sooner or later, you get used to it, and you can say now it is a good swing. So it's a matter of not only rowing but also seeing and hearing the thing and feeling it.
Yeah, well, certainly here it's Czech girls has got a commanding lead over the Hungarians, who in turn are well ahead of the Hungarians. Austrians, I beg your pardon.
Yep.
And it's actually noticeable that compared to most of the other races, there is a marked difference. I mean, I would say between the girls in front, the Czechs and the Austrians, it's a couple of 100 meters.
Yes, it is, but I guess it's really windy down there, because you can also see the steering is not like super central. sometimes, you know, the boat is dragged away to either side of the race, and then the cox has to correct it. And so I guess there is maybe some wind blowing from the side. Nevertheless, Czech girls are approaching the finish area, the finish line soon. Keeping an eye on the other two crews, but I think they have it safe.
They do look very smooth. And
Oh,
it's-
yes.
And it gives you an impression of the size of the boat. I mean, the drone is very close to them, and you can look at that. Look at that.
I think that the stroke woman, she noticed the drone about her, and she
Yeah.
took a quick glance into the drone.
Smile to the camera.
Exactly, thank you for that. It was lovely. But I bet they will be exhausted anyways, because it requires the whole body, whole power, and, you know, a lot of effort. Couple of strokes to finish 2,000-meter race for the Czech Republic crew. That is the winner of 8 women today in Olympic Hopes 2025 in Zemník, Bratislava. Who's going to be the second? The second place silver medals go to Hungary. Congratulations. Great job. And the bronze medalists are girls from Austria that have just crossed the finish line. Thank you very much, girls, and congratulations to your race. Perfect job. Keep trying hard, keep training, and then we will watch you someday on TV during Olympics. And now you can watch slow motion repeatedly on the 8 race women, won by the Czech crew. And that was actually next to the last race of the day. The very last one will be 8 men. That will begin soon, maybe 5 minutes or so. Question for Mr. Otto Gajovic. Medal ceremony for pair. I think that we should be ready, right? Pair men. Yes. Thumbs up in the air. Let's switch the music. And we are waiting for 3 crews. Austrian Czechian and Hungarian, who will get medals in the discipline pair men. You are the best, so enjoy it, boys. And now the host has come with medals. Adeline, lovely lady. And the boys are already here on the podium. So the bronze medals go to Austria. Congratulations. Yes, a handshake. Great job, guys. And we have Marcel Hoffmann and Yanis Glanchnik. Congratulations. I hope I pronounced the surname correctly. If not, I do apologize. Then we have silver medalists from Czechia, Wojciech Brazda and Simon Janeček. Great job. And the winners are Hungarian Benedek Orban and his teammate Marton Rekasi. Congratulations, guys. Great job. And now let's listen to the part of Hungarian national anthem. Congratulations, boys. Don't forget to take some pictures. Great job. Remember this day. And we hope to see you somewhere very soon. Photo shooting time, that's right. And we are still waiting for the last discipline, which is 8 men. That should start very, very soon.
v Baltském moři. A my jsme tady vloudili. Jo? No, pak já znám navigaci to nedali, já taková navigace. Já to někdo říkal, že se navigaci tě navedou na ten most. No, na most, no. A pak tady z druhé strany, tak vypadá, a už mají udělaný projekt
So now we can see the announcement of the last race for today. It's the men's 8, and we've got Slovakia in lane 1, the Czech Republic in lane 2, Austria in lane 3, and Hungary in lane 4.
Okay, so we are still waiting for the final race, which is the 8 of men. It should begin very, very soon. I can tell that when we talk about the race of 8, I personally took part in the competition a couple of weeks ago in Prague in master category. Well famous regatta that is called Pražské primátorky, and we managed, our crew from the home club STU won the gold medals, just 0.6 seconds in front of the second crew from the Czech Republic. It was a really, really tight race, but we enjoyed it very much. It was very difficult, especially the second part of 1,000 meter course, because the water is really wild once you cross the bridge line. But we managed to defeat last year gold medals, but these are our hopes, not the old gentlemen as we are. Question is, how many hopes do we have on the starting line? And we can see 3 boats that are like lining up for the start. In lane number 1 we have the domestic crew, the home crew from Slovakia. In lane number 2, the 8 from the Czech Republic. Number 3, 8 from Austria. And number 4, it's the crew from Hungary. So I reckon and I assume that it'll be a really interesting fight between those 4 crews. I was just outside grabbing a lunch, and I must say that the wind is like enormous, because as we are sitting here in the tower, we don't have that feeling of, you know, what's going on out there, but really it's really, really windy. Hopefully our rowers will deal with it. The drone is gone for a sec. We have to fix it up so we can see clearly. Oh, now it's on. It's on now. It looks like a slight collision. I think that, you know, one of the 8 must move to the other side of the course. That is the Czech crew. Czech crew should be in lane number, let me see. 2, that's right. But now they had to wait actually for the boat, because the boat was used by the girls in the previous race. So a bit of a stress for the Czech crew before the race, but soon it'll be okay. And we will be able to start the last race of the day. Okay, and you know the race is about to start. let's sum up the crews in lane number 1 Slovakia. Marek Jankuj, Martin Miklošík, Peter Tarovský, Adam Strečanský, Samuel Midlo, Patrik Špánik, Martin Sudora, Teo Záboj, and the cox, Martin Schnierer. The average age is 15.67. Then lane number 2, Czechia, Adam Šerc, Matej Chrástek, Tomáš Kovalčík, Filip Bábovský, Matej Brna, Václav Smieták, Jan Slaný, Daniel Navrátil, and a cox, Jan Babor. Lane number 3, Austria, Benedikt Seder, Alexander Stallinger, Simon Campbell, Florian Hafergut, Benedikt Munch, Felix Prickner, James Jackson, Hasan Muratovic, and a cox, Martin Oberdorfer. And lane number 4, Hungary, Kolos Kovac, Mark Lurins, Raimund Rác, Benjamin Dabub, Matthias Fazekas, Csondor Pap, Gergely Forček, Marcel Hubaj, and a cox, Daniel Jakubovic. So this final race will begin shortly. We are curious about the Slovak domestic crew in lane number 1 in a white boat, the closest lane to the bank. But when you watch the YouTube, it is the 30th one now. When you check out the flag of the referee standing on the boat, on the pontoon, you can see that it is really wavy. So the wind is strong. Unfortunately, we have no signal now. We just hear that you can see that the race has just begun. And we can see that lane number 3 is in the slight lead, followed by lane number 4, Hungarian 8, and the Czech 8. Slovak domestic crew is on the 4th place now, but we will see how the race develops.
Seems to me that you can see a difference between the men and the women in terms of the bubbles, as you said, in the water. There is a lot more power going into those blades. So we've got looks like Austria, lane 3, got a good lead. Hungary near to the screen with their red, white and green blades. They're in second, I'd say, followed by the Czech boat, the Empaka, the yellow boat, that's in third. So, but there's still, the better part of 1,200, 1,300 meters to go, because we've got the bridge that crosses this lake in about a couple of 100 meters ahead, and that bridge marks the 1,000-meter mark, and then you can see beyond a full kilometer. The Slovak crew not on the screen, so they're running their own race, but certainly Czech in lane 2 is having a good fight with Hungary, and Austria is got a commanding lead here. Now at this juncture in their rowing careers, I would think, and Simon will know better, but most of these rowers are not specializing particularly in the 8. They're in other words, the classical development is you start on sculls and then you work your way up. So you need a big base, obviously, to be able to run a crew specifically for 8s. Yeah, so they've already been through, they're now on they've about 700 meters, 800 meters still to go. So the 8s do go a lot quicker. So as we just saw, the Austrian is comfortably ahead, and then it's a fight between the Czechs in lane 2, that's towards the bank, and nearest us, the Hungarian boat. I can see they're going to be fighting it out for the silver medal. But Austria comfortably in gold medal position.
That's right, and I like, the way all crews are rowing. It is really nice technique at this age, and they try hard also in terms of the power, so it is really swift. And Austrian leading crew is well in front of the others, maybe 2 lengths of the boat. That's marvelous effort, and I'm pretty sure that they will win like 100%. And back to your question, Hugo, when you ask like what is the procedure, how can you like qualify into the boat of 8? Usually, the progress is that you row the single scull, then double scull, and then the either quadruple scull 4. And then when you are lucky in the club and you have 8 good rowers, you sit them into the one boat, which is this one, 8. Usually, those rowers who focus on pair disciplines, they are able to also row like sweeping, as we can see now. They have no problem with it. Like the opposite way, it is a bit more complicated. But let's pay attention to the winners of 8, which is the last race of Olympic Hopes Regatta in 2025. Yes. Leading crew is the Austrian crew.
And I'd say the Czechs just ahead of the Hungarians.
Yeah, it seems so. Nevertheless, we have to wait until the finish because, last 200 meters are most important, a key of success. So
interesting to see the time running. So we're at just about 6 minutes, and if you compare that to, say, the doubles, nearly 9 minutes, 8-9 minutes. So these are much faster than you think. And in fact, until you really see an 8 go by nearby, you can't believe how fast it goes. And moreover, the noise. It's a very special noise.
That's right. They're like 2.5 minutes faster than, double sculls. Nevertheless, gold medals go to Austria. Congratulations. And then we have the guys from the Czech Republic, silver medalists. Great job. And then we have Hungarians on the 3rd place. Congratulations to all of them. Beautiful performance. We're waiting for the Slovak crew to cross the finish line. As we can see, they're gaining necessary experience to get better in the future.
Yeah, I think it's worth saying for our audience not to defend the position of Slovakia. But Slovakia is the smallest country, and in rowing terms, is much smaller base. Most of the other, Hungary, Austria, Czech Republic, they all have many tens, 20, 30, 40, maybe more rowing clubs. Slovakia is a small country, although blessed with a wonderful venue like this, and the Danube itself does only have a... Oh my gosh, look.
There is some
Problem with the stroke.
technical problem on the stroke seat, so
Yeah.
that is the reason of this
Yeah, his
distance.
seat's not sliding.
Yeah, and the stroke man, he was showing to his colleague like what has happened. So we will find shortly. But Austrians are the winners. They crossed the finish line after 6 minutes and 32.8 seconds, followed by the Czech crew and Hungarian crew on the third place. So we've got all crews home, and now we can take an overall look at the finish area with the blue tower where we are located, with Hugo commenting the stuff. And also we are sitting here with judges and other necessary team members. And as for the program and agenda, we are going to announce the medalists. We will have the medal ceremony for 8 women, 8 men, and then we will see who's going to get the Olympic Hopes Cup for
Well, there's three
scoring.
three
That's
overall.
yeah,
And then
3
you've got-
cups actually.
Yeah,
You're
you've
right.
Got 3. One for the federation as the total aggregate greatest number of points.
Yep,
Then one for the women and one for the men.
That's
three,
right.
3 cups.
that's right. That's right.
And it looks, so far from what we've seen, is Austria is in a commanding position, but it's going to be pretty close. It's going to be a fight between Austria, Czech, and Poland in terms of the overall one. But we've got no insight at the moment. We haven't been provided as commentators' position on the situation for the men's and the women, each of which is a separate cup.
And I really fancy the idea of this cup for like federations, because it forces you to have maybe in the next year crew in every discipline. Like we talked about Slovakia today, we didn't have crews in all disciplines. That's why we have, not so many points. But maybe the next year we will try our best to have crews in each and every discipline, so we can score the highest possible points.
Yes, just interesting if you look at those flags, but just behind the medal platform, you can see they're blowing out. It's also actually worth commenting. The reason why the grass is patchy is because, as I said earlier, in the springtime in March, this was all under mud. And the whole of that area, between the 2 lakes on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, was all underwater to the depth of about 1 meter or so.
That's right, we remember those times. And now the question to the race director, Mr. Gajovic, whether we can proceed. Yes, we can. Okay. Thank you very much. Let me just switch the music. Let's listen to Tina Turner's You're the Best. And now we will be watching the medal ceremony for 8 women. Actually, we will be watching three crews from Austria, Hungary, and Czechia. Each crew consists of 8 rowers and a cox. Okay. So It takes a while until the girls regroup because there's a lot of, people on the stage at the same time. But I think they managed nicely and quickly. And we can announce that bronze medals go to Austria. Eva Buchacher, Lisa Schalk, Luisa Ömer, Barbara Lemanska, Karolina Winter, Anna Moringer, Darina Kishkina, Ella Nader, and Cox Olivia Gigacher. Congratulations, ladies. Your time was 8 minutes, 11.8 seconds. Great job, good row. Wish you all the best in your future endeavor. Build on today's results and keep trying hard and train, as I'm sure you all do every day. Okay, and let's move to the silver medalist from Hungary, Juliana Zadravec, Bianca Bohac, Vilu Varga, Flora Magyar, Mira Moses, Lilinora Kerry, Kata Shugi, Dalma Huria, and a cox Helena Korda. Your time was 8 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Good job, ladies. Those medals are, by the way, really beautiful. I love them. I wish I had one of them, but I'm too old for that. Okay, so the silver medalists are decorated, and now the winners of 8 women. It's a Czech crew. Ingrid Bauer, Thea Vetešníková, Emma Lepierová, Magdalena Vlastníková, Stella Albrechtová. Je Stelička tam. Stelu máme. And Nela Hrančíková. Linda Chmelařová. And a Cox lady, Laura Hašek. Oh yes, and these are the gold medalists from Czechia. Let's play the Czech national anthem. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all crews from Czechia, Hungary, and Austria. Meanwhile, the photo shooting, I would like to ask all federation managers, coaches, and other sportsmen to come to the finish area where the tower is and where the stand is. we are going to announce also the winners of Olympic Hopes Men's Cup and Women's Cup. Plus you can get, and you will be given the memorable or souvenir medals. So coaches and managers of the rowing federations, please come to the tribune. Thank you very much. So last words about the Olympic Hopes Cup 2025. As I said at the beginning of the race, we are going to count the score, the points. The federation scoring the most points in men's events will receive the Men's Cup for 2025, and the federation scoring the most points in women's events will receive the Olympic Hopes Women's Cup 2025. And then we have the third one that will go to the overall winner. We don't have the information yet. I guess that we will get it soon. And we cannot wait who the winner is. So we will have 3 winners: Men's Cup, Women's Cup, and Overall Cup. And then we will take a close look at the cup. I haven't seen it yet. Curious. But the medals, they look marvelous. They're really big, beautiful. So I guess also the cup will be great.
Yeah. Raz, dva, tri, počúvam. Raz, dva, tri. A to mi to tu ukazuje iba jednu paličku z 5. Raz, dva, tri, v poriadku. Chcete nejaký detailík alebo niečo?
Yes, we can see you, Mr. Otto Gajovic. Thank you for your signals. So that means that we are going to have the medal ceremony for 8 men.
Ďakujem. Čiže najprv vyhlasíme ženy, potom muži.
Okie dokie. So we have the new winner. Good. Yes, that's the Olympic Hope. As I can see it. Yeah, 2030 something. We've got him here. Let's play a song for this young talent. Oh yes, that's for you. Prete ba. Możesz nam zatancować. Okay, but here we've got the boys from 3 different rowing federations. Discipline 8 men. The third place and bronze medals go to Hungary. Yeah, and we have Kolos Kovac there, Mark Löring, Raimund Raats, Benjamin Dabu. Matthias Fazekas. Jongor Pap. Gergely Forček. Marcel Hubaj. And Daniel Jakobovic. Congratulations, guys. Silver medalist from Czechia. Adam Šerc, Matej Chrástek, Tomáš Kovalčík. That was Jan Babler, I guess. Okay. Filip Bábovský, Matej Brna, Václav Smieták,
Matěj, vylez nahoru.
Jan Slaný, and Daniel Navratil. The Czech silver crew. Congratulations, guys. Great job. Lots of necks, lots of medals. Perfect. I think we are done with the Czech crew, and now proceed to the winners from Austria. Yes, clap your hands for the gold medalists, who are Benedek Scheder, Alexander Starlinger, Simon Campbell, Florian Hafergut, Benedek Münch, Felix Brückner, Jackson James, Hasan Muratovic on the cox, Martin Oberdorfer. They crossed the finish line at 6 minutes 32.8 seconds, 16 and something seconds before the silver medalist, and 20, almost 23 seconds before the third crew from Hungary. Congratulations, winners from Austria. Now, let me play the anthem of Austria.
No.
Congratulations, boys. Thank you for your performances. Bit of drilling time at the end. And right after your ceremony, we are going to announce the holder and the winner of Olympic Hope Women's Cup for 2025. The system is really simple. We just sum up and count all the points that each federation has won so far today. And then the winning federation wins a beautiful Olympic Hopes Cup. Okay. Goody. And talking about women, ladies, girls, As you know, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rowing federations from Czechia, Poland, Hungary, Austria, and Slovakia. The judges have counted the points thoroughly and carefully. And I can say, based on the results, then the 5th place, we have Slovak rowers with 9 points. Then the 4th place, Austria, 12 points. The 3rd place, Czechia, 18 points. Sorry, Hungary, 17 points. 2nd place, Czechia, 18 points. And the winner is an Olympic Hope Women's Cup goes to Poland. 21 points.
Raz, dva, tri, čakáme. Vyzerá, že sa to bude vyhlasovať ešte raz. Raz, dva, tri, vyzerá, že sa to bude ešte raz vyhlasovať tých top 5, teda to poradie tých tímov. Raz, dva, tri, samozrejme, čo sa týka celkového poradia.
Okay, and then we have the Olympic Hopes Men's Cup for 2025. Slovakia on the 5th place with 4 points. Then we have Hungary and Poland scoring 16 points on place number 2 and 3. Then we have the Czech rowers on the 2nd place with 24 points, and the winner is Austria. Austrian men rowers with 28 points. They are winning the Olympic Hopes Men's Cup 2025. And then overall score, oh, now we can see we have 3 cups, so we call the managers of those federations who won the cup to come to the podium. We can see the manager from Poland who is taking the cup for Polish women for the 1st place, scoring 21 points. Then we have Austrian manager, thank you very much, congratulations. Your guys scored 28 points and got the cup. And overall, let me see, overall winner is the Czechia, 42 points. So the cup of Olympic Hopes Regatta 2025 for overall winner goes to the hands of the manager from the Czech Rowing Federation, and the congratulations by the president of Slovak Rowing Federation, Mr. Jan Žižka. Okay, I play you the song that you deserve. Congratulations to all 3 federations and your rowers, of course, and coaches and everybody who contributed on their success.
Anna. We need a team manager of Hungary. Team manager of Hungary. Please, a team manager of Poland. Here. Okay. A team manager of Slovakia. Nobody knows who. Nein, das ist nicht eure Aufgabe. Das ist nicht eure Aufgabe. Alles gut, ich frage nach.
And we are also calling and inviting all the managers from federations to get the memorable medals as souvenirs because they also tried hard.
Možno im treba povedať iba v prízvuku, že im treba zapnúť ten mikrofón. Raz, dva, tri, raz, dva, tri. Raz, dva, raz, dva. No, zapnú ma.
So once again, I would like to ask all the coaches and also the managers of rowing federations to come to the podium because we have also prepared the souvenir medals for them as a gift to remember this day and also to thank them for their support and energy they put into our Olympic hopes, and they devote, I guess, a lot of time and energy for young rowers. They certainly deserve it, and now we can again see and watch the winners of Olympic Hopes Women's, Men's and Overall Cup for 2025. Johnny, áno, mikrofónik už by mal fungovať.
Už ho nepotrebujem. Takže super, ďakujem veľmi pekne, ale keď už funguje, tak poviem zo pár slov. Ďakujem všetkým, ktorí ste dneska prišli. Thank you for your coming here. Thank you for racing. Thank you for beautiful day with friends of rowing. And we spent together a really nice time, and I hope so that this rowing course will have a place in your memory for a long time, and that we will meet here more often than each 13 years, because this race is in Slovakia after long 13 years time. So again, thank you. Thank you for everything, and good luck for who's staying here for our championship. Good luck for tomorrow, and another each person who will going home. Good luck for driving. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you too for your words. We are really glad that we could host this regatta today in Zemník, in Bratislava, the capital city of Slovakia. Talking about the memories, just one swift reminder. You can download the photos taken by our photograph today on Monday, and you can find the links, or you will be sent the links you can download the pictures from. Yeah, but it will take approximately 3 days, so all the pictures should be ready on Monday the next week. Thank you very much for coming here, competing, and we hope that you enjoyed the time here, and also you are happy with your performances. So goodbye from Simon and my colleague.
And goodbye from me, and thank you, and all of those who have been watching on the live stream. We hope you have been satisfied with what we think have been some spectacular images. So I'd like to thank very much the organizers who for fixing up the live stream. I think they really did a great job. It's a small Slovak company. So if you're interested, contact the race organizers.